So yesterday's D&D went really fun. It was a blast. Um, we enjoyed it. We went on a little mission, which was a little bit hard to get started, which was kind of interesting. We were kind of confused on how to start it a little bit. But then once we finally got to the mission, it was pretty, like, it was standard going into, like, looking for somebody. Um, we thought we were looking for a body though, like so like that because they'd been missing for like a year. So like we thought we were going in for looking for like a body and stuff. Um, it was interesting. Um, we ended up finding that they were not dead and that they were like in the caves for over a year, and it was interesting. Anyways, after we did that, it was really fun. Um, My character is amusing to play as, I'm enjoying him. His name is Butch R. Butcher. It's very roly poly and kind of dumb, but wholesome. He's a wholesome. He like the boss we overpowered and tied up and brought back with us, and the boss was promptly executed in the town. But we did try to rescue him, because he was supposed to be the old captain of the guard, but he went crazy. But in anyways, it was interesting. We managed to overpower and tie him up and then take him back with us. But yeah, so that was kind of cool. We had fun. Um, and then there was our other companions, Sandra, who gets to be part of the town guard now, even though in this particular world setting, they're not very keen on the idea. Um, and then we've got a member of the faith, which is it's funny because he's a member of the faith of somebody who is started their own egotistical religion around themselves. Like, so it's very entertaining because the religion is Victor. So it's been fun. It was a fun day yesterday. Anyways, congrats on the first Star Strider. Do appreciate that, and we've got a merch store now. So merch is a thing. So for those that were asking for it, it's there. Um, to look at and whatnot. Um, as well as there will be more editions later on, as well as probably limited edition stuff that will appear in the listing over time. But for now, and I'll probably announce when there is stuff that's limited edition. There's some stuff on there that seems kind of limited, but I'm not sure how it works exactly. I'm still getting to know how those systems work. Anyways, let's continue our rat race run. Ah, yeah, I like playing D&D with our group. Is fun. I'm looking forward to seeing how our little party progresses. But also, I am looking forward to our other campaign too when that one comes back. Because I like our original characters. So, with luck today, we'll take another portion of the gated community and we'll watch winter end so that no more am I having to worry about the lack of food that comes with winter. Not that it's super terrible, because it isn't. It's manageable. It's just not. It's not been great because it's winter. Let's go get some food. Yeah, I'm looking forward to next week. It'll be fun. We'll see how it goes. Today's been good so far. I had a weird dream last night, though. It was one of those weird movie dreams where you're like in the plot of a movie. And normally I can just kind of change the way that my dreams are going, like cuz I know that I'm dreaming, so my brain goes, well, because we're not in a space that is of real, like it's not real. Let's do things the way we want to do. So, but this one I couldn't get out of the plot. It was weird. It was like one of those weird movie, sort of cinematic style ones. It's very railroaded. Very strange. For some reason I was looking for a store. I don't know why. It's like an army surplus store, but I couldn't find one. Maybe it's a Zomboid related dream. Maybe I was looking for Guns Unlimited. Although I have no idea why. Maybe it's because I wanted a better backpack. Could be. I don't know. Subconsciously, maybe I want a better backpack. But all in all, I don't mind this one. I think this one's cool. Like, look at the designs on this one. I like the little patches and that there's a Canadian flag and like it's neat. I like this bag. I think it's cool. But maybe, just maybe I wanted a better bag. And maybe that was the crux of the dream. Either that or maybe just better storage in general. Because my items are kind of strewn about all over the entirety of this area. Like, they're all over the place along this beach, all the way down to like here. So there's no real consolidation at all. And consolidating it would take time, and there's like a lot of it. So it would be like several trips worth of carting of goods. And some of it wouldn't be worth it because it's like carrying like big piles of clay and 6 hours of fuel left on that. Grab these. Like that. Can I make these? Oh, it requires twine. Of course it requires twine. What doesn't require twine? Everything requires twine. What am I talking about? It all requires twine. I can go get twine. There we go. All right. I'm gonna keep fishing. Get our weight out. Hello. Yep. Very relaxing. Quite a relaxing end to winter. That should be enough to get an up arrow. There we go. There's a fair-sized fish. go. Let's max our regularity again, really quick. Yeah, it's only -10, so that's nice. About 2 rounds of burpees ought to get that done. Okay, sit-ups are done. Now we just gotta do push-ups. I'm done. Should be able to go and have a sleep. Where are we at anyways with our fitness and our strength? Our fitness is about halfway. Same for our strength. Alright, let's start heading back. Should be gaining weight by the time we get back there. It's down to minus. There we go. Mostly recouped. And let's go. And there's those 2 fillets on the counter. And we can have those later. I'll recruit my stamina. There we go. There we go. Remind myself later. All right, let's keep going. 1 second. Arms are good. Okay, we're good. Let's go. We're gonna need to find more branches. I'm gonna chop this down. Back off, have a rest, kill these 3. Didn't take, it didn't do both animations, which is interesting. The zombie picked the animation that was faster. Thank you for the wellness. Do appreciate it. I'll get a sip of my tea here in a moment. I figured as much. Back off. All right. Wait patiently now until the next. Let my claustrophobia come down a little. Still such a strange bug, but I think it's fine. You know, it is what it is. There we go. Okay. I haven't been in the backyard of this place. I'm curious what's in the shed. Okay. Come on out. Rope. And a screwdriver and a rubber hose. I smell shit over there. Go have a look. Is there a window? Looks empty. Locked. very, very close to level 7. Okay, I'm gonna back off, rest. We're getting close. That corner house is starting to look a lot more sort of light. So that's good. Okay. I let it get too far. I was like, wait, why is the zombies getting so close? I let it go too far. It's okay. Too much tiredness. Thank you for the wellness. We're making good progress. It is solid. I started doubling up audio. That's so strange. I would close it and reopen it if I were seeing. Yeah, you have to kill the app and relaunch it. Yeah, that seems weird. It makes sense. We're doing rat race. Alright, let's go get arrested. I think we've somewhat successfully claimed the first house in the gated community. Go get arrested. And pet our pet rat. It's okay. Come here and we'll pet you. Yeah, it's okay. You'd laugh if a alarm. So get this. I've been in every single house on this entire strip. All of these houses, I've been inside. Every single one of them. No alarms. I don't think I have house alarms. I think on 0 out of 5 years, I think I rolled like the first week. But I don't know. There's no way to know for sure, right? I could just be lucky. But at the same time, I think that that's what happened. I think I don't have any house alarms. I think all of the batteries were dead on the start of my playthrough. 0 to 5? I think it's because the game knows that secretly I actually want the house alarms. Go ahead, set it off. That's what I want. But because I want the house alarms, I'm not allowed any. The game knows. It knows me that I want them. So it won't give me any. That's the true secret of how you get no house alarms, is wanting them. You're waiting for me in the racetrack and in Velv. We'll see. If I end up in those areas and the house alarm goes off, I mean, it goes off, right? Let's go get a tree branch and carve. Hey, look, another mouse. I pet you. What's it? Yoink. I'm slowly capturing mice. And only 4 actually went off. I mean, you'd have to go into debug in order to see which houses are actually alarmed. And some of them aren't actually alarmed, right? Some of them will mark as alarmed but won't go off because maybe it's because they're dead. I don't know. I don't know the real reason why they don't go off, but I've had that happen too in debug where I've seen that a house is marked with it's the yellow color that means alarm. But it could also mean something else. Because it could be marked as an event spawn instead. It might not necessarily mean that it's armed for an alarm. Unless there's some other sort of setting that is markable for the event spawns. I don't know. They seem like they're marked with the same thing, which is seems right in terms of spaghetti. So it could be that that's the reason, is that it's because some things are marked with the same stuff, that they're not actually alarm houses, but they are marked in the same way. Does that make sense? Yeah, it's one of those things that can be kind of strange. And also spaghetti code. Remember that at the end of the day, yeah, the alarms are supposed to go off, and maybe they do. Maybe they do silently. How would we know, really, unless the zombies start moving, right? That's another thing. Spaghetti. And who's to say they don't go off later? Linguini. Delicious. And suddenly the alarm goes off. That would be hilarious. I would probably start like I would laugh so hard. I would be like, yeah, this is how it goes. This house is screwed. I'd think it's so funny. Let the alarms go off. All it does is consolidate my zombies, which is nice. I would immediately know how many zombies there are in the area. There would be no question. Of course, they would fan out afterwards, but I mean, for a brief moment, they would be consolidated, and I would appreciate that. Because that is the benefit of an alarm, is that the benefit is that it consolidates the zombies within your area slightly. And especially with these follow sound settings, oh yeah. 1,000 tile distance, or they're trudging over. That's all those zombies. Boop. I'd like one more branch if I can snag it. No, I almost had you. I was gonna pick it up. Come back. Yeah. I was like, I have an opportunity. I could pick this thing up. And I failed. Darn it. Oh well, I tried. And I failed. You finally saw a raccoon in your own game last night. Oh, congrats. I've not seen a raccoon yet. Outside of Rhett's game. Which doesn't really, like, it's not my game, but at the same time, it is kind of, like, I did see a raccoon. In the same place Nico has his locked up. Apparently he's trying to breed him, which, I mean, kudos if he manages to get it done. I don't know if that's going to work. Probably. I don't know. I am unsure. Oh yeah, I forgot that was in here was paratongs. Like if we have the ability to do clay cement, we could start blacksmithing. But last I recall, clay cement was still broken. I don't know if that's still the case, but I would guess that it probably is. Hopefully they fix that, because it's one of the things that, like, I mean, it's if somebody's just getting started, they won't be able to start blacksmithing without clay cement. That's like one of the very important recipes in all of the forges and furnaces. If you look at all of the furnaces, they all require a bucket of clay cement. And same for all the forges. So you'd have to rely on forges that are on the map in order to produce the means. But I hope that it does work. I haven't tried it in a long time. Okay. Let's go over here. Yeah, I'm looking forward to doing some masonry as well. I've done a little bit of it in the past, not like a full like structure, but I did a little bit of the making of the stone bricks, and I was getting ready to use some of them. I think it'll be fun to make our own little castle areas. Although currently stone brick and the wooden structures and all of that are all pretty much the same in terms of zombies being able to destroy them. It's kind of unfortunate, because you'd figure stone would be a little bit more durable, but it really doesn't matter, because if you leave the zombies alone with anything long enough, like with, well, it's not even about long enough. Like a couple of zombies can break down any wall, any barricade of any strength. Kind of makes the barricades not pointless, but that's one of the reasons why you don't see me very often using the full 4 stack of like on both sides, is because there's just not much point. The only point would be that to put 3 barricades up to block it like using curtains. Too bad there aren't half walls. Kind of like making like a parapet or something. Like, you know, like doing like a tower almost. That would be kind of cool. It would be neat to do a tower. You can kind of make half walls with the fencing. I was still like doing like walkway. Currently, the best way that I know how to control the pinpointing zombies are through sound sources. And I'm doing it now as we speak. Just gonna lay there? Did you just give up? Using the game up. Yeah, I can understand. You're talking like to sort of chain them from one area to another, which you can do very easily via it. See, Lamprey had the same idea with generators and keeping certain generators within render distance, and then having them sort of chain one generator after another, and he just would keep pulling the zombies. That was his idea via the checkpoint at one point in time on his big run, right? But the reason why it didn't end up working out, and it was much easier just to kind of pull the zombies to one generator location while having the other, it was like a car lure. He used, I think it was two car lures. He had a sports car and he had his truck. And those were his two primary lures. And then he had generators that he used to use. Those were the sort of the lure combo he was using back then. And it worked really well. I used a similar thing at the racetrack where I actually had. So the way that the racetrack fence works. One second while we. The way the racetrack fence used to work, and it still does. It's just there's more buildings over here and more zombies now, but is that there's a fence that goes all the way around the racetrack, right? All the way around and down over here, right? I on this side of the fence placed a generator, right? Kind of close to the fence. So what would happen is the zombies would pool up on this generator after I had two cars, one that was here and one that was here. I would use the second car, so the first car to pull the zombies off the shoreline and in to the first car, and then the first car would pull to the second car, and then that car would pull to the generator. And the cool part about where the generator was located was because it was close enough to the fence, sometimes its sound source would tick on the other side of the fence. So because of that, I had zombies walking trying to get around the fence in a line constantly. So what I would do then is I would then pull a group of the zombies up this way. Like I would sort of like dip in, grab a mitt full of the zombies, pull them up this way, kill them, and then rinse repeat until eventually this pile ran out, and then I'd have to go to the car, honk the horn again, until eventually we made it to the far car, and then we'd pull another batch. It took 11 straight days of doing that, trying to clear that area every day. Same, with a very powerful character. The character was essentially maxed out in combat, and it took a long time. And that is one of my area, or like one of my moments in PZ, where I'll get that sort of stare sometimes, that vacant stare, because of how long it took. Because I won't forget that. That was an 11 days that one does not forget. It was a long time. The mall zombies. But at the end, I got to have a bronze medal that nobody can take away from me, because I was the third person on Twitch to clear Crossroads Mall on time 16. There's a bronze medal. First place goes to Twist, and second place went to Lamprey. Those two both cleared it before me. Long before me. Like, they were long into Louisville before I'd finished it. There we go. Yeah, you can definitely do that kind of thing, like chain zombies into different lures. That's actually the best way to kill the zombies. Yeah, it's very difficult. And then also the fact that, like, I mean, you're dealing with your character at the same time, right? Even just getting to this point can be kind of a tough, like, tough fight. Because you're basically fighting your own calories and you're fighting your own character the entire time. It's an uphill battle. Like, even now, I've still not got sustained food. Like, I've got, well, I mean, I've got sustained food, but I've not got, like, and my calories are not in a bad place. It's just that I don't have backup food. I'm living on the food that I'm collecting every day. So it ends up being very tough. That's why I can't wait for spring. Because while, yes, winter does have its benefits in that it kind of consolidates the pool, spring comes with lots more food. So much more when you're in the other 3 months or 3 seasons. Winter itself is just, it's too... It comes with the one benefit of the canvas backdrop so that you can see zombies a lot easier. That's the best benefit of winter. But outside of the canvas backdrop, the other aspects of winter sucks. That's true. But winter also has the benefit of, well, I mean, you can kind of take off some layers, right? Um, but we don't get corpse sickness. Despite corpse sickness being a little bit worse in these settings, we won't get it at all. Because I have a medical mask, and we took resilient, which affects corpse sickness, making it almost nullified. So there's no worry about overheating because of that in the summer. Not unless we have a corpse river that's like super big, which is not likely. Because we can, on average, do maybe 100 kills a day. We may be able to do a little more soon, though. We'll see. My idea is more of a proof of concept. You won't use it again? No, no. Your idea of chaining stuff is not a bad call. It's just not something you would do in the mid game or early game. That's a late game thing for sure. When you're daisy chaining the things together like that, you're going to be looking to have a fallback point in case you accidentally daisy chain and you whoops, which happens sometimes with a daisy chain. Sometimes you overdo it and then the area becomes unsafe. So you need a fallback point and then a backup fallback point. So usually when you're doing that, it's mid to late game and you have multiple fallback points you can leave for. So a good example of that was when I was playing Often Hellies in 41. My fallback point was Phallus, but if I needed to, I could fall back to even further. So my fallback points were I cleared all of Phallus Lake, I cleared all of Doe Valley, and my fallback points were Phallus initially, but I could fall back to this section of Phallus over here, to this point here, all the way back to this area over here where I was living out of this house. So like I had multiple fallback points and then I could always rope around to this area over here, right? And then I was able to slip around to this house if I really wanted to, or I could go north and live in these houses. It's good to have multiple fallbacks cuz like those kinds of daisy chains can sometimes overdo it. And then well, it becomes hard because you may need to leave the area. And if you do that, the second you leave the area, the migration settings on this particular playthrough, for example, are every hour. Every in-game hour, the zombies are trying to spread out. So they're going to spread out pretty far. And thus, there is no major consolidations unless you're in the area. Right? Because they need to be held down by the sound sources. Otherwise, they'll spread. They'll spread out. And that will cause some of them to get caught on the player edge. And that's kind of scary, but at the same time, kind of cool too. Because when they get stuck on the player edge, they can actually comb around the player a little bit, causing essentially it's like you're getting boxed in, which is cool. I like that. It's like the whole Jurassic Park kind of clever girl scene, right? I like that. It is good. It makes the zombies feel like their AI is actually like they're planning stuff. Even though that's not the case. It's more that you do it to yourself. Oh. got a katana. This first katana of the run, I think. First katana of the run. Heck yeah. So recoup our stamina, and then we'll continue. Ninja, indeed. I'm not going to use it yet, though. Although, it's tempting. The reason why I don't want to use it right now, though, is because I'm still kind of having fun with my baseball bats. For now.
Hey!
Come on out of there.
Hey!
Yeah, batter up for now. Hopefully you're having a good day, Sally. I'm having a good day. Let's go get a rest. Maybe I will use the kana. Maybe. I'm still thinking. I've got a handful of broken short swords and scrap swords we could use first. Okay. Oh, it's just a broken slab. So far, so good. Okay, now we can move. There we go. Ooh, that's a new record, I think. Yeah, 154 or 153. Not bad. And once I come back, I'm going to grab that bag and we're going to move it. Because it's time to move that bag further into the gated community to finish off the other sides of it. So we'll finish off that upper section. It's almost done, and then we can push onwards to the next section, finish the next road, so on and so forth. We're getting close to being done the gated community portion of the Riverside Push, which is nice. And then we just need to do the northern road, and then once we've got that, we'll have access to the river directly, which will give us access to fish, as well as, not that we don't have access to the river, it's just that we'll have access to the northern river as opposed to having to go all the way across to this side here. And we're about 10 days off of spring now. So in 10 days, we will be into March, which will be officially spring. No more winter debuff. All of the food will unlock from foraging, which will be nice. As well as we can definitely consider planting some of the crops we have, because it won't be winter anymore. And fun fact about the crops is they're not really affected by temperature, or at least not from my remembrance. Temperature doesn't matter. It's literally just a time gate. That's all that matters. And then water, and then how diseased they are. So, meaning that as soon as March kicks over, so long as we're planting the March crops, we should be fine. And then we can start gaining agriculture skill. Be able to gain one more batch of fruit, and that should be enough to carry us for another day. We're also almost... Once we gain control of the school and some of the other gated community houses, and we check their bookshelves to see if we have any good books, we'll be able to see if we can't start leveling certain things. Like, it'd be nice to just start finishing off some of these. If I could get a saw, I will be able to level carpentry all the way to 10. I think. So I gotta build stuff in order to do that, but... Oh, there we go, grapefruit, nice. So, carpentry, carving, napping's gonna be a little bit annoying to get to the next level, I think. I'd really love to get those books if I can. Yeah, some of these things will be easy, some of them are gonna be a lot harder. I've never leveled glass making, so I don't know how good that's gonna be. go relax. Large handle. Hello. Hopefully you're having a good morning. I'm having a good morning. Been gradually getting better as we get closer and closer to spring. Yeah. How goes your rat run? Is your rat run going good? I hope so. I did see that it seemed very good. I also seen that you're playing Elden Ring, and you seem to be having a good fun. You know, you were fighting Margaret. I think it's Margaret, right? Oh, so you beat Margaret. Nice. It was a tough one from what I remember. Watching one of my friends play. I've never played Elden Ring myself, though. I've been told many a time I should give Dark Souls games a try. that are some of my style. It was your last attempt? Oh wow. Then you definitely needed to beat them. At least it's done now, and you can gear up for your visit. I'm keen to hear the adventures that you two go on. This is gonna be fun. It's your first Souls game. So I've played one Souls game myself. There is one Souls games that I played, and it was one of the original ones. I played Demon Soul on the console a long time ago. I heard it's like similar to the other ones in a way, but the Dark Souls games are a lot harder. PZ prepared you? Prepared you mentally for being able to handle Dark Souls games with ease. Yeah. You seem to be having a lot of fun with it. It's tough though. Those games are not, they're very timing oriented, lots of invulnerability frames. Hello, by the way. It'll be nice. We found our first katana today as well, which is kind of cool. I'm keen to use it, but at the same time, I should wait just a bit to see if we manage to snag a few more swords first. I've got a handful of scrap swords that I want to use before, they're further down, at the beginning of the gated community. Let's see this grapefruit. Can you learn the recipe? Oh, for a katana? No. Katanas are not meant to be crafted. However, you can craft something almost similar to a katana. Katanas are... there is a short sword that exists that's an actual short sword that is equivalent. It's called sword, I think, or something like that. Short sword? It's a two-handed blade that is of pretty much the same. What happened to the one-year character? Oh, what, you mean Van Higgins the original? Because this is Van Higgins resurrected. Van Higgins the original took a scratch during a spear stab and died. So, what is it? Last death, I think? This is a new character that I started for Rat Race. So we're on the Rat Race settings. The Rat Race settings are fairly difficult settings. In case anyone wanted to check them out, there you go. There's the Rat Race settings. And if you want to know more about the Rat Race itself, there's these ones as well. Those two links. One is to Lamprey's Discord, where all of the information for the Rat Race exists. And the other one is the details for the Rat Race in two pictured form. So there's the 13 points of interest that you need to collect, or sorry, to bolster and defend and make you basically have to liberate those points of interest, as well as all the rules for the Rat Race. So the Rat Race is a community challenge where you have to basically do 3 impossible challenges in one life. So you have to make a perfect character, kill 1 million zombies, and in finality, you have to liberate the 13 points of interest, all of which need to be given canned goods, as well as have a spare car and a generator and a bunch of other stuff that's required, which is kind of cool. Yeah, right now I'm in the process of, I'm in Riverside doing the Riverside push. Which is somewhat unique of a perspective. Because I think there's only 4 of us doing the Riverside push at the moment. A large amount of folks are pushing Echo. Quite a lot of folks are pushing Irvington. And I know that 2 of the front runners are doing Rosewood. So if I recall correctly, Twist and Shivas are both clearing Rosewood. Twist might have taken his to a different area though. But I am unsure. I could see Twist going for Riverside as well, though. Because Riverside is one of Twist's favorite areas to clear. Something very comfy about it. My favorite would probably be West Point, but I ended up over here, so I want to finish this side first. And then we'll rope around and come back. Have we done any levels in Longblade? I mean, we could start doing levels in Longblade. I haven't started yet, but we do have a few short broken scrap swords, as well as a handful of regular scrap swords as well, if I remember right. So, like, they're just lying around here. So we could break a few short scrap swords, and that would get us probably the first 3 levels to 5 levels of Longblade. It's just, it's not sustainable right now. That's the only reason why I'm not starting it. Because I don't have a means to do blacksmithing, because if I recall correctly, clay cement is broken right now. The recipe needs to be repaired. It's not working right. I think. Once again, I don't know for sure. It's just last time I tried to craft the clay cement recipe, it didn't work due to an issue there was happening with the water. So I'm hoping that that's been fixed. Once again, like I said, I don't know if it's been fixed, but I hope it has. Because then, if it has, then I can start blacksmithing, and then the scrap swords become a thing that I can create, meaning that I can just kind of use that katana and just kind of build my long blade from there. Because long blade is great. Last time I had level 10 Longblade it was so good. But yeah, we have to make a perfect character, so it is I have to be mindful that eventually I level everything. Including things like spear, short blade, axes, all of it. All of it needs to be maxed. Which, I mean, shouldn't be too bad. I was overestimating how much XP I needed, because I plugged them into formulas just recently, and I grossly overestimated the amount of XP that I needed. Mostly because when I did the formula initially, I put a number in wrong. So it was an accident. My calculation made it way worse. And I was being silly. Thank you for the wellness. Do appreciate. But yeah, I'm really having fun with the rat race, and it's been really fun. There's a lot of different perspectives. No, this is build 42. Build 42.5.1. And I've been playing build 42 since it came out. Only really stopping one time to play on an RP server with a bunch of cool folks that I got to spend a bunch of time with, which was fun. And I set them up to be, like, I put a lot of effort into organizing and getting them weapons, getting them tools, and then my character died. due to the fact that knew I couldn't participate in the whole thing, so I got bit at the very, very beginning so that I could make sure I died in a quiet and dignified way with a book and reading. Because there was no way that I was gonna get, like, you know, the folks. Okay, I'll get a rest in after we kill this one, but yeah. With new crafting, it's not just that new crafting. Like, I have, like, right now, probably 40 axes. Like, even just, like, on this stretch of road, we've managed to get tons. What changes in Build 42? There's so many changes, I wouldn't be able to list them off without going at... I'd be yammering on for hours. There's a lot of changes. They basically revamped all of the systems, and they're revamping all of the systems. So they've added animals, they've added a bunch of stuff that they're working on. Crafting systems like this one here, where you can craft things. Tons of new weapons, tons of new armors, building stuff, new crafting skills. And eventually they're going to be adding in new skills, like further on, like even more new skills, like archery and stuff. I was going to get added eventually, which will be kind of nice. I very am looking forward to boyering when they add it in. Do they run out of food globally? I mean, not really. If you don't have an area loaded in, they can't eat the items that are in the area, right? Although when you come to an area, there's a large percentage of the time the animals are going to be dead if you're way late in the game. However, there are times where the animals are in a situation where they can survive. Like they will have infinite food sources or infinite water. Maybe not infinite food sources, but fairly infinite food sources. Like they have like a big field of grass and a pond to drink from. So it doesn't matter how late you are into a playthrough. There are some animals that are going to be alive, as well as there are some event spawn animals that survive because they are event spawn, meaning that when they spawn in, they're alive and dying, and you can save them. There's a forge. Yeah, the forge and the furnace are new additions, and they allow you to craft with metal. And it is now essentially what was metalworking is now called welding, and what is metalworking now is essentially blacksmithing. So creating items with metal is blacksmithing or metalworking. Meanwhile, like I said, the previous metalworking is now called welding. So there's a ton of new things, and like I said, you'd want to jump in and actually, like, if all you do is you can set your zomboid to unstable, and it lets you play on the unstable branch. Now, don't open any of your old saves on the unstable branch because it'll brick them. And there is always a chance that your saves could get, like, destroyed, because when they push through an update that's really significant, obviously it's going to cause problems. And it's an unstable branch. It's not meant to be like they're testing things. They're actually putting forth stuff that they're testing. So it's not 100% going to stay this way. So it's not stable. But it is fun to play, and it is cool to see, the devs working and watch the different systems change. Yeah, you're wondering, if so we can find animals. A lot of the rat racers actually have animals. I don't have animals very much myself. I have 4 rats, or 4 mice/rats. 2 of them are in the trailer south of here, and then these 2 that I have in my house, in my bathroom. Those are my animals. But there's some of the rat racers have raccoons, some of them have cows, some of them have rabbit farms. Like you can see some of the rat racers actually have their animals and they're doing fairly well. It's just a matter of keeping them fed and keeping them watered and, the occasional petting. On what is new, flying through debug mode is quite valid. I don't understand the question. Oh, okay. You're commenting on the previous person and letting them know that they could just use debug to kind of get through some of the stuff. It lets you see some of it, but the problem with debug is it doesn't show you the progression chains quite as smoothly without actually getting your hands into a playthrough, So you'll feel the progression chains a lot more if you don't have the ability to just snap your fingers and create whatever it is, right? You actually have to go and find it. And that's part of one of the reasons why testers and, why we're on the unstable branch to begin with is to assist the devs in that progression chain so that it's comfortable and so that it is good, so that there's no so the flow is there, because that's important to a game, is very much to have that flow, because without it, it will cause problems. You'll have a lot of confused players that don't know what they're doing, and you know it's not necessarily the easiest. That's why there has to be something to lean a player in the right direction. And having some veterans is good, but having new players in the unstable branch is good too. Because then you can see them getting confused, them struggling with certain things, and thus they can improve the systems as a result of that. So, like, you know, seeing where their frustrations lie so that they can maybe make adjustments to things like the UI or things like not knowing what crafts into what. I very much am looking forward to the progressions of those systems. There we go. But yeah, it's one of those things. And no, it's not a rat farm. It's just two mice that I've got that I pet occasionally and it gets me some of my animal care. If they were to produce baby rats, I wouldn't eat them. I might cull some of them just so that they don't get out of control. But if I did that, I would butcher them and then I would throw them in the trash. I'm not, or compost, because I'm not a big fan of eating the mice. But yeah, I have extensive knowledge in the crafting due to the fact that I spent a large portion of my gameplay learning that stuff because it interests me. Okay, let's go looking for... Yeah, let's go looking for some food as well as some branches. Okay, yeah, I really like Build 42. It's been fun learning and watching the devs work and seeing like how things progress. And sure, there's been some frustrating moments for a lot of folks, but there's also been some positive things, as well as the community coming together as a whole and really, you know, being constructive. So there are some good aspects to it. The game's gonna be great. I can't wait to see how it progresses. And then after they're done with their current build, which is build 42, right? And once they've got all of those systems in place the way they want them and the progression chains are good, then they're going to start working on the next step, which is build 43, which is likely going to be NPCs, which a lot of folks want. I'm not partial to it. I feel like it's going to be a lot of work and a lot of difficulty, but it's one of those things that's tough. Hi, Denon. I can't build a snowman. I would if I could, but I can't. I'm sorry. I'm not able to build a snowman. Let's start looking for fire. It'd be hilarious to bonk zombies with snow. I did it on the blood drive server. I made a snowball and I threw it at zombies. It was like a Molotov that doesn't light them on fire. Carve it into a belt. Is that how the song goes? Do you want to build a snowman? It doesn't have to be a snowman. Anyways, I've not seen Frozen. I just know the song. And the plot. And how confusing the plot is. It is the most confusing plot ever. That's nothing, though. I've seen Tangled more than any human should have ever seen Tangled. Like, more than any other film I think I've ever seen. I've seen Tangled. Probably well into the triples to quadruple digits kind of deal. The reason why was we were allowed to watch movies on the screen, right? And that was the movie that happened to be on the screen at all times as the options. The options were to watch that or watch promo. And we watched that over and over again for what felt like an eternity. I had all of the songs memorized. I didn't even need to look at the screen anymore. Because you know how any parent knows how that is. Where the kids have the one film they watch like 800 times. And you get to that point where you're not looking at the screen, yet you can recite every line. Please be careful out there. There are zombies. What? In my apocalypse game? I guess this isn't an apocalypse. This is a custom sandbox rat race times 16 game. But yeah, there are zombies. Do tell. What do you know about the zombies? I need to know the secrets. You just heard? What are the secrets? They put you in the small bedroom and you'd have to watch the videos and figure it out. There's zombies and you reported it as a bug. There's zombies in my game. I don't understand. I got this farming game. It's been pretty fun, except there's these weird enemies that keep showing up and they keep making growling noises and biting me. It's annoying. I bought this as The Sims meets Animal Crossing. Yeah, and they stand on your crops and ruin them. There's one crazy person attacking all of them on tight. Alright, well, let's head back to the town and start continuing. With my wonky NPC pathfinding. I'm collecting VHS tapes lately, and I've got a lot of the classics. So it's nostalgic for you? Understandable. We used to have a lot of VHSs, but then we got rid of them all. Like a lot. Like we had a lot of the old Disney VHSs. Wonder what they would be worth now. Doesn't matter because we don't have them anymore. But we had like some of them that were like brand new. And some of them that were really old. Ones we used to watch all the time. Oh no. Wonky NPC pathfinding. During the escort missions, where the NPCs just can't help themselves but wander into the enemies. That kind of NPC walking? Or do you mean the NPC walking where they're like this? I've got it, guys, don't worry. We'll get through eventually. And then they just poof and then they appear on the other side of the vehicle. Both. That's funny. Unless they're sealed in their original wrapping and they're like first editions, then they're not worth very much. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. None of ours were. Some of ours were newish though. Because we just didn't watch those ones. So that's how that went. But they all ended up in the garbage. Good films, though. Yeah, renting a ton of movies till the video stores closed down. Watching it on a VHS feels like you're role playing. That's funny. It's been a long time since I've seen those films. I guarantee Emma hasn't seen half of those. It'll be fun to watch them, you know, for like holidays. Come on out of there. It's on the top of your list. Maybe I have. It's been probably a long time though. The last time I watched a VHS was yikes. It was decades ago. Because I'm not a big moviegoer as it is. I don't really watch like a lot of movies, but I have watched my fill of quite a lot of films. Right now, Emma and I are working through the MCU, and we are currently at Spider-Man Homecoming. However, we're going to watch all the other Spider-Mans first. Again. This will be my third time watching them with Emma. And Emma thought that she would be able to get out of watching the Amazing Spider-Mans this time around because she's already seen them twice recently. But if we're gonna be watching the Sam Raimi ones, we gotta watch the other ones too because it's the only fair. You know, it's only fair. It's supposed to be a complete series, not just us picking and choosing. Yeah, I can't judge the good ones without seeing the bad ones. But also, it's not just it's about it being a complete series, right? Watching the whole thing. And I'm not sure what's next after those ones. After we're done watching that, I think we'll be actually on to Infinity, what is it, Endgame or Infinity War or something? I don't know. I haven't seen those ones though. I just know Thanos exists and that he likes stones. He's a rock collector. That's when he is in my brain. And who can blame him? Rocks are shiny. Do you like the Andrew Garfield ones? Yeah, I had some gripes with those films a little bit, just slightly. Cause I feel like he could have saved Gwen. Not to spoil, but I feel like it would have been possible. And also, he could have helped his friend. I don't understand why he didn't want to. Like he could have, like, if he had helped his friend, even if his blood was bad for him, it doesn't matter. You could have synthesized it or something and maybe helped your friend a little bit. And he could have still turned out evil. Like, he could have still became evil. I would have been fine with that. But not in the way that he did. It wasn't, it didn't feel natural. It felt forced. And as a result, I just wasn't as into it. Are these gloves ripped? They are. Ah, that sucks. In fairness, though, I felt like his acting got better for sure as he went on. And when he got to the third film, he was really good. I really liked him as a Spider-Man. By the third film that we seen, the Homecoming, because we've seen those all before. Some of it was overly dumbed down. So you're saying that they didn't do it right. That's unfortunate. Because those scenes definitely needed to be played up properly if they were to be impactful in the right way. Because otherwise it just looks wrong. Everything looks wrong. Like, if they could have proved maybe that the blood wouldn't have worked, like, somehow, like, through, like, testing it, like, causes explosions or something. And gave it a visual, like that his friend just wasn't listening and that it was going to kill him 100%. Like, but there was no indication of that. It just seemed like he was withholding for what didn't make sense. Let's have a peek around this corner. Of course, those are all opinions, by the way, I guess. It's one of the things that, I mean, other folks may have differing opinions. Been very much enjoying watching the Miles Morales versions of Spider-Man as well. So I gotta run around because I don't want to get caught by these zombies. Oh, the Fallout TV show? I still haven't watched that, but I've been told it's very good, so that is good. Given the way that Bethesda botched a lot of the stuff recently that they've ever done, we'll see. I'd like to see Bethesda do Elder Scrolls 6 nicely if they can, because they've really not done very good up to that point, like other, with Fallout 76 as well. Although I did hear that it improved, so, but I don't know. I feel like they definitely need to be careful, because they've been dropping the ball and, picking it back up and dropping it, like, quite a lot. Yeah, I haven't seen that TV show. I've just heard it's very good. The fog is weird right now. It keeps coming in and out. Times Square. What does Times Square do again? I can't remember. Give me a refresher. Don't remember. They do the New Year's ball drop. Okay, you win. You win. I don't know what you win, but you win. You win like something. And you can win a happy face. Yeah, I'll give you a star. You can have a star. There we go. This is your star, okay? There you go. That's your star. You get to accept that. Indeed. I'm not drunk. All right, I'm leaving them there. I thought I recognized it. Yeah, it's very familiar music, for sure. Yeah, the Sims music is something that I very much enjoy while I play Zomboid, but not just the Sims music. I keep it in variants. So there's a lot of other instrumentals on the list as well as other songs that I like, and it's a song list that makes me happy, essentially. So you'll hear Sims, Stardew, RuneScape, other songs. Yeah, and I add other songs to the list sometimes. It just depends. But I like to have it to be a varying swath so that I don't it's an ear is similar to tasting in a way, but different sense. By keeping the music similar but variant, I can enjoy it for much longer as opposed to having to over like listen to certain songs and then get sick of them and need to take a break. There's a handful of songs though that you can always listen to over and over again forever is what it feels like. I feel like the sim music is on that list. Games having a good loop soundtrack is really good for the game. It's like when you get in that mode, like when you're like in build mode or stuff like that, you can really feel it, right? And find a tree branch. Trying to find one more because we can go until around 9 o'clock. But we need to keep searching, but I don't expect it'll take that long. Yeah, I'll start making my way back. This game would be fun to play. Hollow Knight. The music's very nice in the soundtrack. Alright, let's head back. indeed. Do we see the hot fix? What hot fix? Has there been a hot fix? Do tell. Unless is it bulky? How bulky is it? Is it a bulky hot fix? Slight fixes to zombie heat map. All the important signs, characters and smokers now cough 12 to... Oh, that was ages ago. They did that ages ago. Or is this one new? Because the 12 to 35 hour thing, I remember the smoker change happening like weeks ago. No, don't be sorry. Yeah, if you thought there was a hotfix, then that's fine. Notes aren't out yet. They were on the Steam. They're in Steam. Like on the... It just downloaded. You might have downloaded a mod like thing, or maybe is there an actual hotfix? I can check right now. And if there is, I would rather get it than to be sitting without the hotfix. Let's see. No, I don't see a hotfix. The only hotfix that I can see is the one that was released on March 12th, and it is the 24th, so that was like almost a week and a bit ago. Oh, 42.6 just released 10 minutes ago? I want to... Okay. Yeah, give me a second to run back a little bit. I'll rest my character so that we're rested, and then I want to see. Recoup, please. And we're good. Any zombies in the immediate vicinity? No. Okay. Alright, so the weights, the notes aren't out yet, but it has just updated. Okay, I want to see. So let's have a look. PZ's not updating for me. Not right now. You were leaving because you got the weight bug, and then you saw it. I haven't had the weight bug for a while. That their patch notes would be out on their forums. Dang it, I closed the game. Yeah, so is there a link to the forums? Like, I would want the forums, I wouldn't want Reddit. No offense to Reddit, but it's just... I'm more interested in the forums themselves. I'll look up the forums. Give me one sec. I can't see links, remember? That just looks like 3 stars to me. Or 3 asterisks. It'll be fine. I'll grab it. Forum, Zomboid. I figured you'd try. If you posted it in Discord, I'd be able to see it. But I'm already on the forums. I just went into the PZ updates. 42.6 doesn't seem to be here. Am I missing it? The most recent update they've got is 42.5. That can't be accurate. Oh, here it is. Can I... You guys see this? Yeah, okay. There we go. Icon fluid. Added recipe for forged gold, silver key rings. So you can make your own key rings. Fill added to other items. Okay. New event for chicken foley. Updated some of the sound banks. New sounds for animals breaking down fences. I'm sure Nico will be excited about that. Adjusted wild plants to be much more common across all of the biomes. Adjusted twine and rope recipes to input to be 1 and 2 and matching the hemp recipes. Okay, so they adjusted the recipes for dogbane and adjusted dogbane to be much more common in both categories in each zones, and it now is most common in the wild plant focus. So dogbane increase. This is huge. That's good. That is a positive change, big time. Because, like I said before, twine is not something that can be gated. Because if it is, then that's a bad thing. Because twine is basically one of the core crafting ingredients. So it being gated would be bad. Like it can be a little gated, but not like it was, where you need like a ridiculous amount of luck in order to acquire even the smallest amount. The reinforced can bat as well as the reinforced sheet metal bat, they degrade slightly worse than they did before. And they increased the weight. Ooh, that hurts that. So the sheet metal reinforced baseball bat is now gonna be less good as a result because of the weight. Poor Claire got well. Now Claire will be able to get tons, so she can be extra happy. No more gating. It. To be honest, she got it while it was still hard, so she should hold her head high. I still think they need to adjust it so that you can make cloth shoes of some kind that are quick and easy to make. Because currently, if you were think about it like this, primitive start, you start with nothing, right? You start with completely naked in the middle of nowhere. Making shoes is not something that's doable. Your character won't be able to make shoes, and they're gonna scratch up their feet constantly. It's gonna be a problem. Even if you had like really crappy bag shoes or something, like leaf shoes, grass woven shoes that are not very good, that don't give you any bonuses or anything. And then give the leather shoes a slight, like make them similar, like a weaker version of the military shoes, so that they get the stomp bonuses, so there's a purpose behind them. But once again, these are things that are later and will be maybe mentioned, hopefully. Um, but yeah, yeah. So they're trying. It seems to me like they're trying to make the primitive start a capable thing. Like they're working on it. So that's what this means to me. Like imagine Rambo poking for a hole in some hides with a very sharp rock to sow sinews through them. See, so that they are trying to make primitive start a possibility, which will be awesome. Could you imagine that as a spawn like selection, like in the default game, where you could just pick like one that's like forest start, and you start in the woods with nothing. You get nothing. no items, zombies spawn with like nothing. It'd be cool. It'd be cool to do a primitive start. Increased bite affinity and focus chances of the trash category. So leveling foraging has become kind of a lot of easier, which is it. I mean, foraging with how common and how necessary foraging has become in the total scheme, making it easier to level is a good thing. Made the jumbo trees one by ones. Removed the old birch and pine. Is that some of the trees are being removed? Okay, this is interesting. So they've adjusted fence damage. Like, so the zombies damaging fences. They balance butchering on the ground. Ah, fix not being able to pet rabbits. Um, gonna. That is, I'm gonna grab that. That's awesome. Garden forks being lighter than other spears. I'm wondering if they fix the. Oh, look right here. They fixed the poisonous berries being swapped out. So that's good. Like sometimes they'd appear as poison, sometimes they'd not. So that's been fixed. Finally, I used to laugh and make my own canon lore that my character would get it wrong sometimes. They'd be like picking a berry and suddenly, oh well that's wait a second. Oh, it was this berry, not that berry. Or, they'd be picking a mushroom and they'd be like, oh, wait a second, this is this kind of mushroom, it's not poisonous. Or oh, suddenly this is this mushroom, it's poisonous. But they didn't realize it till they picked it up. Fix brain tan not being craftable. Fix not being able to disable clay spawn. Not holding as much liquid as the bottle. Fix that flour has no nutrient value. Um, I don't see the clay cement fix. So here, we're going to switch back and Yeah, they didn't. As far as I see, clay cement hasn't been fixed. And let me double check. What was the other thing? So maybe that's still broken. So we'll have to test that, I guess. Oh, and trapping. Nope, it says that it's updated trapping zone support. So that means to me that they fixed the trapping. So trapping probably has been fixed. So it says they've updated trapping zone support. Okay, let's just make sure that I've actually got the next version. Pawns, did you see? Pawns, did you see? It's 42.6. Hi. Hello. Hi, Bonds. Hi. You did see? Okay, you did see. We can like pet rabbits now. That's gonna be good. I'm hyped. I'm hyped for that. I was looking over the patch notes, browsing, and well, I mean, obviously, I'm hyped. Thank you very much for the raid, by the way. Ah, she's gonna see that now 19 is, yeah, she's rich. Well, now Dogbane is common again. It's no longer as once rare as it was. So the market of Dogbane has finally crashed. They fixed it. It says in the patch notes they repaired it and made it common. It's under the wild plant focus, and that it is much, much more common than it used to be. But yeah, you can pet rabbits. And they fixed the trapping stuff, so that's good. I need to double check though, because I don't see that clay cement has been repaired. So I do want to test that. So I actually am. I should test that. So once the game is loaded, I'm actually going to close it and I'm going to reopen it and debug, and I'm going to do a quick test just to see if clay cement has been repaired. Yeah. So, because I didn't think about it when I was loading it. I was like, just 1 second. Oh no, my version's still 42.5.1. So I gotta wait anyways till it does its load over. Yeah, just sure. Thanks, Bonds. Do very much appreciate the raid. Only Bones. You guys want to see amazing sprinter content as well as I know Bonds plays a lot of other stuff, but also does video recording. And I watched him clean his house once, which was kind of fun. Is like the room that we can see is very interesting. Come on, PZ. He can also do yeah, he can do burpees. He's very skilled at doing the burpees. I remember when I used to do that stuff frequently, like with like going to like early morning stuff. I can see that the Great Spiffo Rat Race discussions group is very happy about the Dogbane thing. They're very pleased. So that's kind of nice. Come on. No, I don't want to. Come on. Just gotta wait patiently. Okay, well, it's doing its thing. I'm gonna BRB. So I'll be right back. Okay. Hmm? Why are you frozen? Oh, you're not. You were. That's weird. Okay, so it is validating files right now. Nothing I can do but wait. I can continue to look at the patch notes though. What I missed? That's kind of cool that you get pickaxe XP for, or sorry, XP for harvesting the masonry XP given for harvesting the nodes. Well, that's a good point. Did they fix the fishing one? Hmm. I'm looking at the patch notes while I wait for the game to verify. So, but I'm looking to see if they fixed the fishing bug. Probably be at the top, wouldn't it? Wonder what it would be called. Yeah, this is the new update. This is the 42.6. So this is brand new patch notes that just got dropped just like apparently less than 10 minutes ago or 15 minutes ago or something. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything about the fishing animation either, but what if it's not called that? It might not be called the fishing animation. That's why I'm reading the whole thing, is because it might not be called the fishing animation. It may be called something something else, like I don't know, underscore something dot placeholder animation or some nonsense. I really don't know. But I'm not seeing it here under fixes. No, it wasn't with spears specifically because I can trigger it with anything. And I'm going to test it here in a second. I'm going to do like, there's 3 tests that I want to do. The first test is I want to test to make clay cement because that one was broken a while ago and I want to see if it's still broken. Because clay cement is how you start blacksmithing. You cannot do blacksmithing without it outside of going to McCoy Estates or going to Coalfield or any place that already has a blacksmithing setup and using their blacksmithing setup. You can't make your own without clay cement. Clay cement is like crucial. It is the gateway to blacksmithing. So I need to make sure that that recipe works. That said, I also am going to check the fishing bug and see if it still exists, because I can trigger that one on command. I know how to do that. So we'll see if it's still broken. But that'll be here in. It's at 85% right now, so just a short little bit longer. But I'm still looking through the other patch notes, see if maybe it's not a fix, maybe it's an addition, maybe an addition to, they added some missing animations and that fixed it. I'm not seeing it though, because there's this one here, the added bob seated two-handed heavy, but yeah, what do control F and type fishing? It doesn't come up. I've given the patch notes a cursory glance and never seen the word fishing, so but yeah, it doesn't come up. That's why I thought it might be called something else. I know how Control F works, but I appreciate the candor. Let's see. But yeah, I don't think it's this. It might be though, but no, because it doesn't make sense that it would be just two-handers because you can trigger the fishing bug with nothing. You don't need any weapons. You dyed your hair, it looks nice. I guess it is a little bit different. As well as I've got new shirts and new stuff. As well as we opened a merch store, which is kind of nice. But yeah, I'm not seeing anything here. Yeah, something on the shelf that's related to shooting, but I don't think that that's it. But it might be. I'll still try it. We're gonna run this here. Interesting. You'll take a gander. Yeah, it's right there. There we go. But yes, let's see. Is it done verifying? It's at 99%. Come on. Why is it always the last percentage takes a million years? It says ETA 0. Oh, here we go. It's downloading. Come on. You like my merch? I appreciate that. We worked really hard on it. And by we, I mean both myself and Prodigy. Prodigy mostly. Give very much credit to where credit is due. You might get a shirt and a hoodie. That's very. I'm thinking about getting some of the candles, but I wanna wait until I move in with Emma before I buy any of the stuff that's on there. Which I will. I will inevitably get some of that stuff, as well as there's new stuff that's gonna come eventually. I definitely want a frog hat at some point. We'll definitely put a frog hat on the merch store. But now we actually have a shop, so that's kind of nice. So yeah, the artwork is amazing. Seaweed Anchovy did a 5-star job. I hope Seaweed Anchovy gets a job in animation. But they were going to school, and then now they're officially they're done with doing art commissions, and they're moving on to school, like and being, yeah. I hope they get something in animation. They're a very skilled and talented artist. 2 minutes of vlogging. You already found Dogbane. Congrats. That's it. The Dogbane woes are over. Now I get fabrics and PZ. I'm not sure. I know you can get some of them via like harvesting wool off of the sheep, but I don't. I'm not sure. Okay, let's debug this. All right, we're loading up now. Okay, and then I want to do 2 tests. There's 2 main tests that I want to do. And that is to check clay cement and check if the fishing bug is still a thing. Because the fishing bug is one that is dangerous, and if it's still a thing, then people need to be aware of it, especially folks in the rat race. I'm trying my very best to keep folks informed on that one. That said, the clay cement thing is kind of more for the folks that are getting like to their mid to late game. They're gonna want to start blacksmithing at some point, and breaking into McCoy Estates is one thing. Like we could do that, but it's kind of annoying because McCoy Estates is not that close to all of the metal sources. So yeah. Okay, we're officially 42.6. So that's what it says behind me. No, let's back out. Solo. We'll just load up an Apocalypse playthrough. And just to make sure that there's nobody that can say it's mods that are causing me anything. Not that these mods would, but I'll disable all my mods. Because it's annoying, but it is something that folks will fall back on if they, is that, oh, you've got mods. Well, yeah, but these mods don't do anything. All right, let's run a test. So we're going to run 2 tests. Yeah, but they're both far away from stuff. Think about where the McCoy Estates and where Coalfield are both located. They are very far away from metal. Like, they're not very... You'd have to kill a lot of zombies and get the metal off the zombies, or you'd have to haul the metal from across the map. Like, the closest large metal source is the steelworks to Coalfield. And it's still a bit of a trek. It's all the way in, like... Where is it? It's over beside the trailer park in... Sorry. I mean, it's like beside the trailer park in Riverside. All right, let's do these tests. Let's get these tests done. Just so that folks don't bother so much here. Just turn that off for the time being. All right, so debug the zombies away. Start with we'll grab one of these that's normal. We'll grab one of you that's normal. Um, okay. Now I need a sack. Bag of sand. Okay. Okay, let's grab some clay. Okay, we got all the pieces. Can we make it? Okay, that's that one. Let's try it again. Up, up. Yeah, clay cement's fine. Okay, so clay cement works. So they're good. So these two things, these two recipes work fine. So those two recipes are good. So if there's any issues with clay cement, then there doesn't seem to be at the moment. So that's good. Okay. Confirmed clay cement is fine. So if we want to start blacksmithing, we can. Let's see. So the next thing we need is a fishing rod. We don't even need to put bait on it. Okay, let's test it. Up in both hands. Okay, and now that it's done, we can just throw it on the back and... Yep, still frozen. So the fishing bug still exists and still is a thing. So, clay cement recipe is fixed. However, can confirm there we go. Perfect. Yeah, so essentially what happens with this bug, if in case anybody wants to replicate it, is if you look at the water while you're fishing, and then let's say a zombie comes up on you, right? And obviously you push that zombie to get away from it, right? And then later you go about your business. You go about your business. You're killing stuff. Maybe even let's give ourselves a weapon. I don't know, just like I don't know. Let's give ourselves a broken branch. But let's say you're killing stuff, right? You're killing stuff away, and then suddenly you decide to stop moving for whatever reason. Well, you'll enter the fishing stance, and ta-da! You can't get out of this stance there's only two ways out of this stance. You have to either equip a fishing rod, or you have to exit the game. Those are the only two things. But yes, it freezes you in place. You cannot move. Your character becomes stuck. But that's one of the ways to cause it. I think there may be some other ways to cause it as well, but this is the easiest way to cause the fishing bug to happen, from what I know. Yep, you can. If you take damage, it can get you out too, but obviously that's not an optimal way to get out. But like I said, you don't even need any weapons or anything in your hands. I had a branch in my hands as an example of what normally happens is they'll be fighting. But I was fighting the whole time is the excuse I keep hearing. But that doesn't matter because the second you stop, for even just a second, you enter the stance. It doesn't matter if you're fighting. It doesn't matter what is in your hands at all. You can have nothing in your hands. And same thing will happen. Watch. So I have nothing in my hands, nothing equipped, right? And I'm walking around normally, right, in the nimble stance. But the second I stop, my hands are in the fishing position, you see? So this is exactly how the bug is triggered in one way. I don't know how to trigger it in any of the other ways, but I know that this is one way that I can force it to happen. So yeah, if you fish, but then there's a handful of folks that have caused this bug to happen without having a fishing rod at all, which means that to me that this is probably being used as some kind of placeholder animation for other things as well. So the only way really out of it, like I said before, is if you have a fishing rod, or alternatively, you can close your game and reopen it and it'll take you out of the stance. Or, like Noodle said, take damage. But obviously, taking damage is less than ideal. Try to exercise while I have the bug active? That sounds scary, but okay. Why not? Alright, let's activate the bug. Okay, and let's see. Let's do push-ups. What? It's building stiffness. Stiffness is going down. It's just... I'm just going to keep going until So what happens if I re-equip a fishing rod? Oh, it frees me. Okay. So it's the same. I'm free. So it'll just keep going until you die of thirst. Kind of. But yeah, but you can free yourself in the same ways. Anyways. New exploit just dropped? What do you mean? It's not an exploit. This is I'd say it's the opposite of that. It's kind of exploitable, but I wouldn't exploit and I wouldn't want to do that kind of thing in my opinion. I hope it gets fixed. Because do you know how many times this bug has killed people in this game? So many times has it killed people. It's ended runs of veterans that have been playing for months and months. Like that. You know, they're just minding their own business and suddenly it happens to them. And they're like, oh, what the heck? Because it doesn't feel fair, right? It feels like they've been killed by something that is not within their control. That they were forced into a stance that they didn't want to be in. So it's one of those things where, yeah, in theory, you could exploit that to max your regularity. But, it doesn't matter. What happened? Oh, we were just testing some things. So we found out that the clay cement is fine, so that's good. Clay cement is good. I found out that the fishing bug is still active. It's still a thing. So that's why I was testing. So the fishing bug, I can trigger it on command. So like for example now, the fishing bug is active. The second I stop moving, it'll activate. And ta-da. Hopefully it gets fixed, because that's, like I said, there are other exploit and stuff that I hope also gets fixed. I don't like exploits. I find that they're cheesy, and they're against the rules of the rat race anyways. You're not supposed to use exploits. But yes, we will. Well, I'll just quit and delete this character really quickly, and then we'll get started back on our exploit stuff. Or not exploit. I read the word exploit on our rat race stuff. Yeah, you're just cheating yourself anyways. That's exactly the case. Because it's not fun. Gotta get rid of this one. And then we'll restart without debug. So I can confirm the fishing bug is still active. It's still a thing still. They'll fix it. I'm sure. I'm sure they'll fix it. Because it's one of those ones where it's a problem more than it helps. Because yes, you could use it as a cheat to get yourself regularity, but also it existing in the game is more worse like than it is, because they're like, I mean, if you want to see a genuine reaction to the fishing bug, go and watch Gamer. Gamer just recently had the fishing bug for the very first time, and his reaction is genuinely how it would be if you very first seen it. Is what the heck? He didn't understand what was going on. He was in a panic. And then afterwards he was like, well, is this a thing? Like that, like, I mean, am I allowed to re-roll? Like, or am I allowed to debug it away? Lamprey said yes, by the way, to that. He was like, yeah, go ahead. Undo is good. Because it's a known bug. Anyways. What is the fishing bug? You thought I was talking about slicing fillets? No, it's essentially, it's not a Konami code, but it is essentially, you have to, while you're in the fishing stance, looking at the water, if you push, it'll save the fishing animation for later. Like, so your hand's in the fishing animation, right? And the next time your character stops moving while nimbling, so while you're in the nimble stance and you stop moving with anything out other than a fishing rod, even nothing, like if you have empty hands, your character will enter the fishing stance and lock. They won't be able to move. So, and the only ways out of that stance after that are to exit your game, or you have to have a fishing rod on your person and equip it, and then you'll be freed from the fishing stance. Well, or like Noodles said, take damage, but obviously take damage is never an option. I don't count that as an option, because it's like, it's one of those ones where it's, just kill your character. It's easy, this is a way out. It's like in 7 Days to Die, eat glass. That's not a viable option. But yeah, it's unpleasant when those kinds of bugs exist. But I'm sure the PZ team will take care of it eventually when they get the chance. Just making sure debug is off. Okay. There we go. Let's return. But yeah, it's one of those things. You were there for the gamers. I seen the clip, and when I seen the clip, I went back and I watched the stream because I wanted to know, you know, I wanted to see what he did when he did the full Konami, and he totally, yeah, it was an accident. He didn't know, and his reaction is exactly how I imagine most folks would be in that scenario. And when I very first seen the bug, I was very much confused and curious. And when I officially, like, because I started delving into it because well, obviously, I didn't want other rat racers to suffer. So I went deep on it and really started to focus and figure out what was causing it. And thankfully, Rhett and Tom and Bonds were all around, and they had amazing suggestions on how to test, which is awesome. Given the fact that, well, Bonds is king of the glitches. Like, there is no person that I would trust more to do glitches than Bonds. And then Rhett knows code like no other and is the science guru of PZ. And Tom has good ideas. 5-star ideas. A squad for testing. I am very pleased, though. Very, very pleased indeed. I'm sure the PZ dev team will fix that stuff eventually. But knowing that that fishing bug still exists and then letting the rat race folks know is important because that way they know how it works. Yeah, Gamer does have some special luck when it comes to that kind of stuff. But I think it's because he's able to delve into so many different aspects of the game, right? And he's got good luck and bad luck. Yeah, sometimes it doesn't hold. It doesn't. You got to be careful with the crouching on the ground because sometimes it doesn't. It'll not register shift, and you have to be ready for that kind of. It gets you up slowly. It's why I don't really go above tier 2 speed when I'm sitting. Like, I'll go times 2, but I don't generally go higher than that because I'm always nervous that I won't be able to get up in time. I trust my reaction time at times 2 though. Times 3 I do not. I do not trust my reaction time. Because I've failed it before. Sometimes I can be fast though. But yeah, that fishing cutting up the fish bug, I think is done. I think if I recall correctly, I read somewhere in the patch notes that you can't cut the fish down to microscopic levels now because it like halves the calories properly. I could be wrong though. I don't have the nutritionist trait and I can't check it properly. But at the end of the day, most folks aren't gonna, abuse food that way. And if you're trying to abuse food that way, it's not gonna last because the food will go stale and then it will go bad before you're able to actually capitalize on the excessive amounts of calories that you're producing. So, plus it's an exploit. It's not an exploit to fit it in your fire, though. If you can't fit it in the fire and cook it, then it's, you know, cut it down, fit it in the fire, and then eat. Because the calorie game is only one part of the game. It's not like it's the be all and end all. Also, I appreciate everyone's patience with doing these tests and stuff. I know it's kind of, it is interruptive, like it's disruptive, but it's important to make sure these things are a thing. And I'm actually really happy about the clay cement thing. That makes me happy to see that that's fixed. Because I've been holding off on my blacksmithing specifically because it wasn't working. So now I can actually get into blacksmithing proper and we can start really considering making metal stuff. You mean like putting it in there despite it being like too big? So like in what in reality it would look like is the big fish would be like laying on the top of the fire, but like spilling over the sides kind of thing. Similarly to the generator would be like causing the car to drag along the ground a little. Mhm. 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 Yeah, in reality, you just cut the fish up. That's plain and simple what you would do is you would just cut the fish in half, and that's what they let you do. But they had no intentions of people abusing it to cut the fish like into microscopic pieces that also count for higher calorie meals. Hello. We'll be back in the game in a moment. Just patiently waiting. But there was a patch, so 42.6. Yeah, that's what I've been doing. I just cut it until it fits in my fire, and then that's it. I'm not looking for extra calories. I don't need them. I'll eat the fish when it suits me, and then I'll eat the veg when I need to as well. Yeesh. When you go from a game that's been in July to a game that's in the end of February, it is quite the shock and the difference. Even though I haven't, like, I've been playing on this game all day, right? I was only playing on those other ones for a short while, and yet I'd already allocated to them. So loading this one back up, it's kind of like a flashbang. Okay, let's return to our spot. Yeah, I can be happy about that. The only thing is that I don't actually have a bag right now, a sack, in order to start blacksmithing properly. But we can find one, I'm sure. Or we can at least find burlap, and then from there I can make one. I wonder if I could make one from, like, pillow or something. Mm-hmm. actually, because to find out the clay cement is well, functional. 'Cause I may be able to start crafting metal bats with crowbars. I'd be so hyped. They would last so much longer than these bats. Okay. Recoup. Okay. I'll back off now. Well, we can do a bit more. Ooh, what's this? Tackle box. Pliers. Definitely want the pliers. There's gonna be 2 bookshelves over here. Oh no, there isn't. There's a bellows though. Cigarettes. Wish I could mail them to somebody who has smoker. Accept cigarettes from a stranger. Hey Luke, you started doing the rat race as well, right? How goes your rat race? Is it going good? I know a lawful falafel is also doing rat race. A lot of folks are. You're 2 months in. Oh, kudos. Hopefully it keeps going well for you. Found a jar of leeks. My jar of leeks. I found it. Let's head back. Wasn't you, wasn't you. Oh, here it is. It's you. Perfect. Yeah, so they are actually, I did mention that they are trying to make primitive starts a capable thing, which is appreciated. I do like that. I hope that they make it so that there's some primitive shoes that you can create that are absolutely the worst shoes ever. The absolute worst shoes, like garbage sandals that are made of grass or something like that, but that they can protect your feet in the early game when you've got nothing, like literally nothing. Assuming that you're not able to get to zombies or anything, then you shouldn't be like as press, you know? Because currently, what are you supposed to do for your shoes, right? Sorry, wrong chat. Oh, no worries, you're good. I do like that though. I like that they are leaning towards a primitive start. I think that that's a good call. Not bad. If I can find myself a sack, then we can get our stuff going. Almost died twice from bad fencing. Oh, you almost died of thirst. Dying of thirst is a very dangerous one. Thankfully, though, they've made it they fixed the water situation so it's less as bad as it was. I'm sure you've seen where there were some major problems where folks were getting like the water was super poisonous. Oh, it was pretty bad. Pretty bad for a little while. And I kind of liked it, actually. It made you have to boil water. So I did like that. But I kind of... Oh, it killed a lot of people. Like, a lot of players lost their runs because they would just... You know, they got in such a habit of just walking over to stuff and drinking. Like wells, the water pump, the river, you know. But it became fatal. Like, it was briefly fatal to do so. So they had to get out of the habit, but yet some folks still were kind of stuck in the habit, right? It's tough, tis tough. But, you know, it takes time. Yeah, they made it back to the way that it was before. Actually, I'd almost argue it's easier now than it was but back then in terms of water. Which is preferred, I'm sure. The water being an inconsequential part. Okay, let's get arrested. Get some rest. Making good progress. We'll recoup. And then off we go. Nearly through that section of the gated community. Taking some doing, though. That's for certain. I don't expect this one's gonna last too much longer. In terms of the baseball bat. I mean, it's still doing okay. I mean, normally they can, but not my character. And you'd have to stand on the corpses for a really, really long time, and generally normal characters wouldn't stand on the corpses that long. If I slept here, maybe. Like, if I put up a tent and slept on top of the corpses, and then just stayed on them forever, I probably could eventually start to succumb to corpse sickness. But corpse sickness, generally speaking, won't... Like, you'll see queasy appear from time to time, but so long as you move away from the corpses every once in a while, and, like, go home during the evening and have a sleep, um, you'll be fine. The corpse sickness very rarely kills anyone. Um, Outside of the instance where you don't realize there's that many bodies around, and usually you die to it like once or twice, to learn your lesson on that. But yeah, it's indoor and outdoor counts as two separate areas. So if there was if all these corpses were inside this house on the first floor and I decided to sleep in there, then yeah, that would affect. But if all these corpses are out here and I sleep in this house, there's no issues. Yeah, it seems less impactful because of the way the so they added in working masks. That's why. Bandanas and masks actually work. And so do the gas masks. The gas masks are 100% defense. And then also prone to illness versus resilient. Resilient actually slows your corpse sickness like gain as well. So, which is kind of neat. Prone to illness makes you get corpse sickness faster.
Left.
100% credit to the Lamprey on finding that one. And then I was like, is that real? And then I went in and tested it afterwards. I was like, oh wow, it is significant. All this whole time, prone to illness seen as a way to get a few extra points, but resilient ends up being sort of a sleeping, amazing perk. It just goes to show you there's no such thing as free points. Everyone can say that as much as they want, but that's not the truth. There is no such thing as free points. The closest you get to free points is conspicuous. And that's because the stealth system doesn't work quite the way it's supposed to. Eventually they'll get it to a point where it's a little bit better, I'm sure. But currently conspicuous is the closest to free points that you can get. We can make our own whistle. Yeah, I heard. It's awesome. I haven't done it yet. I heard there's a bunch of cool new features in build 42.6. I want to pet a bunny. That's on my list of to-dos, is to find a rabbit and pet it. Cuz I've been wanting to pet the bunnies since they came out. It's on my list of to-dos to pet a rabbit. Any good loot? I mean, there's some occasional zombie loot that's fine, but it's nothing like super duper interesting aside from the katana, I guess. But everybody loves seeing a katana. It doesn't matter who you are. You see a katana, you're like, wow, it's a katana. Hooray. Katana. That's like it. That's, you know. There'll be definitely something, but, I'm not really that particular about looking in the houses right now aside from the small peeking into the garages that I've been doing. Because, a garage loot is kind of the loot that I'm looking for at the moment. That said, though, I'm not really, like, super expecting a good loot yet. Even in the garages that I've looked at. You're looking for a saw? You and me both. Although, I guess I didn't really look in the patch notes for that. Did they upgrade the flint saw to be at least able to dismantle or make planks? Because if it can't do either of those things, it's still not a saw in my opinion. Those are two things that saws do. When you think saw, you think dismantle, and you think saw planks. I can check that here in a second. And I don't mind if it can only do one of those things, but it has to be able to do one of them. Doesn't matter if it can't do both. I'm okay with it not being able to do both, although that is still kind of strange. I gave the patch notes a cursory glance as well as, we read them for a little bit. Went over the lines, but there is always a chance that I miss something in the patch notes. But I can always just check it right here, right now. We do this, and then we type in plank. Not that one. Saw. Nope. Not available. It's available here out of the large branch, but like I said, that just means that the flint saw is not a saw. It's a harder to get large napped knife. That's all it is. Because I can carve those large branches into planks with a kitchen's knife. Why would I ever use that saw? Do you see? It ends up being not worth it. And sure, you can make an argument, oh, but that saw can be used to create this log thing here, which, okay, but I can do this right here, this with no saw. So why would I not make this table that is superior, that costs one more log, sure, but this is a superior table, right? It ends up being, and that's assuming that I don't have something like a cardboard box available or any of those kinds of things, right? Or even just a rock nearby. The equivalent of that is like a rock, right? It's not completely useless. Like, I mean, I could see it being a convenience craft, but it's like, is it worth level 5 napping? I don't think it is. It's not worth level 5 napping. The exchange is not a balanced exchange. But once again, it's something that they're working on, I'm sure. And that they probably will consider adding at some point in the future to make primitive starts possible. Especially given the fact that you're not going to see the mid-tier of blacksmithing for quite a while. because you'd need to build up quite a lot of resources in order to build. Although they are working on making iron nodes a thing, which would be kind of nice. And if they integrate that into the foraging system, where you can forage a node like that appears, and then you can then mine it after, oh, that would be so awesome. It'd be super good, right? You don't need to be scared, Zan, little mice. It's fine. Yeah, currently it's a useless item. Kind of. It's not completely useless. Like I said, it's a fancier well, I guess it's not fancier, but it's more of it's a primitive advanced knife is what it is. That comes out of the napping category. I don't consider it completely useless. I did make one though, and I tried to use it, and I was like very underwhelmed and disappointed. Which is something that's somewhat difficult to do, I'd like to believe. Because I don't feel like I set my standards too high, or maybe I do sometimes, but ooh, look at that, 213. That's a good day. Not a bad day at all. You can really start to see those the level 7 long blunt shining. And I think that's it. I think you're out of water now. Okay, let's go get some food. Oh yeah, level 7 is a huge power spike. It's a solid one. Took me forever to get here. But, you know, it is what it is. I took my time. I'm not rushing. There's no need to rush. I can take my time, relax. And in the event that there is a big restart due to, you know, let's say the, I don't know, 42.9 or 42 point, like 1.10 ends up being like something that's, maybe they finally add in boyering. Oh, I'd be that'd be cool to be able to do archery. I like archery. I liked using the bow and arrow mod. But if they added something like that in that bricked our playthrough, that would be, but then again, you know, it depends. It's good to go your own pace. Whatever your pace is, it's good to make sure that you're maintaining your own pace and that you're not going faster than you think you need to. Because if you start overdoing it, that's when mistakes happen, and that's when you can get yourself killed by accident. Is if you try to like let's say that I got really hung up on this on the leaderboard and decided, oh, I suddenly want to be like top 3 or something crazy like that, right? And I get really hung up on it. That's you know, that's when the mistakes happen. And when I falter, and that's it. We'd have to start over. So it's better to just not do that. Oh, did they? Oh, they made it require a, no. What? Yeah, no, they made it require a surface now. So you can't just carve it in the open. I literally was able to just carve this in the open like 5 seconds ago, but now I can't. I have to. That's okay though. You've started over 3 times over it already. Yeah, exactly. Don't go too fast though. That's the thing. Take your time. Go at your own pace. There's no need to rush. Dog bane hunt. 5? Wait, and what's the recipe? 1? It went from being 20 to 1. How expensive is rope then? Rope now costs 2. For those that didn't see, Dogbane went from crafting cost 20 to 1 to 1. I'm I, I'm at a loss from words. It's to match the hemp recipes. The hemp recipes can be completely ignored, which is probably not what they intended, right? I feel like this recipe should be a little bit more expensive now. Like that's a little bit too much. You know what I mean? This is too much in the other direction. That's too much. But that it's fine. I'm not like I am. I'm not complaining. I'm just like it went. It's now the opposite. We're able to make like ridiculous amounts of dog bane now into hemp and or into twine, which means that twine it went from being something that is coveted to something that is like, which like I said before, it can't be gated. This is not gated at all. This is let the floods flow forth kind of deal. Yeah, it's absurd. Went from it's now 120, 1/20th of the cost of it was before, and they made it more common. Even if they made it 10, in my opinion, they should have made it 10. And then what they would do is they could make it so that it takes 2 twine to make like twine, like a spool of twine to produce a rope, right? And it would have been fine. But let them cook, whatever. If it makes them happy, I don't. It's something that's a crucial crafting regent in a lot of things. To allow people to get feel for the crafting reason, like the crafting system. In my opinion, having it common is not necessarily a bad thing, because now people will go into the crafting system and they will make things with twine. That's what's gonna happen. They're gonna make fishing rods. They're gonna make twine weapons. They're gonna make clothing. You see now, because twine is available, they're going to use it. So, in my opinion, good change. A little too much of a good change, in my opinion, but it is still a good change. So we can appreciate it, but and I can see the purpose behind it, but it's one of those things where, yeah, it went from it's a shock. Can I craft on you? No. I can craft on you though. Yeah, when Claire sees that recipe for twine, she's gonna be over the moon. She went from being able to produce one twine to suddenly being able to produce so much more, and she's good. No more issues. Zero issues. That's gonna be great. I can't wait to see Claire siege down Dixie. That's gonna be awesome. And the crossroads. Because she's living out at the spot that I was gonna live at. I had plans actually to live there at that cabin in the woods. It's just unfortunate that my plans went awry and I ended up over here instead. So it's an alternate version of my plans, and it's kind of cool to see Claire went that way. Because I did mention it to Lamprey before, especially because I was like, "This is my route that I'm planning," and it just didn't work out. I ended up this way instead, which isn't a bad thing. Going this route it's fine. You went with the really cool house. You're talking about the one with the lake, right? The lakeside cabin, I'm guessing. The one that's got all the animals and the fencing. It's by the weird spindly lake, right? It's yeah. What's the hardest non-combat skill to level? Can I count reloading as a non-combat skill? Can we count that as a non-combat skill? Technically, you don't do combat with the bullets that are going into the gun. Well, I mean, you do, but aiming is the actual shooting of the bullets, while reloading is not, right? Can I count reloading? If not, then, or do you mean like you want me specifically to tell you which one of the crafting skills is the hardest? Because I don't know the answer to that. Comparing the different crafting skills is difficult at the moment because each of them requires different types of leveling, and it's going to be hard to level certain ones because of XP being different than it used to be. So for certain aspects, um, I guess if I had to pick one, pottery leans very heavily on the foraging system. You need to find clay. However, they've made clay nodes in up here on the edges of the coast, so you can actually just go harvest clay from those nodes. Um, what makes reloading hard? The minus 67% debuff to XP gains after level 5. Once you hit level 5, there is a 67% chance that you get no XP every time you put a bullet in. Meaning there are times where you will put 12 bullets in and get 0 XP for the whole thing. Also, like I just said, it's minus 67%. So you're going to get a fraction of the amount of XP when you actually do get XP from it. So there's that on top of it. So Reloading becomes absolute pain after level 5. Anyone who's ever done reloading to 10 will tell you the same. I've done reloading, I think it was to 7 or something. I can't remember. It's been a long time. But Lamprey did it like for a very like did a full reloading stream. 22 hours of reloading. He did a few other things during that stream, but it just you can ask Lamprey what he thinks about reloading. It's funny. That stream made him the saddest I think I've ever heard him ever. Like ever. He was so downtrodden. Just like it was the worst. And I don't blame him for feeling that way. Reloading is just that boring. And to think we all have to do it. Some of us know that part of the rat race is Lamprey prepping everyone to do a reloading stream. I like to think of it like that. His way of making everyone try it.
You're amazing!
But yeah, I would put reloading as the hardest skill in the game to level out of all of the skills. Not because of its difficulty, but because of its sheer mental, like its psychological difficulty. It is the hardest. I will take combat, I will take mechanics, I will take doing electrical, all of it's fine compared to doing that. I hope my character dies before leveling reloading. Yeah. It's kind of... I mean, that's what happened to my character. My PB character died before I could do the reloading stream for real. It was on my list of to-dos to do a reloading stream. And I never got to do one. Oh, darn. I died in LV to a katana nimble accident. I forgot to get food while I was out. I don't have any food in my bag, do I? I mean, we have one lime. It's not going to be enough to carry us. Yeah, reloading is tough. I would say electrical is pretty tough. Carpentry in its new format is kind of tough because you can't just take apart a million beds in order to get your XP. You actually have to build stuff in order to get your XP up. So I would say carpentry is harder than it used to be. Glass making, napping. Napping is difficult just because you need to keep getting more rocks. And I guess once you have your maul, you can start smashing open nodes, and that can get you some masonry, but yeah, getting the rocks is kind of annoying, I guess, sort of. Metalworking just requires a large amount of metals. Mechanics just requires you to have like 5 to 10 cars, which is easy to level with. This one just takes time, like roughly 20 hours in reality. Pottery, leveling it is slow, but like I said before, you can get lots of clay, so that's not a big deal. Same for tailoring. Just throw patches on clothes and then you'll level your tailoring fairly quickly. And then for welding is just, welding actually is one of the ones that you can still take apart stuff in order to level. So, same as taking apart watches. You can take apart stuff for welding. Agriculture is easy. All you just need to do is get a bunch of farms going, and that takes time. But I mean, it's not hard. You're just waiting at that point for the levels for agriculture. Animal care and butchering are the same. They are just your animals if you've got animals. Leveling, fishing, first aid, foraging, trapping, tracking, all of this stuff is the same. It just tracking is probably the hardest out of all of them, but all you have to do is crouch down while you're in doing this kind of stuff. And if there are animals around, you'll get tracking XP for it. So the reason why I'm not bothering is because there's just no point to right now. But yeah, I don't see any difficulty in a lot of these. A lot of folks might disagree though, given depending, like, you're gonna start an Ekron siege? Oh, you're going to Ekron? Really? You're not gonna do Phallus, you're gonna go do Ekron. Be careful with that. House alarm goes off at Ekron, or in the Ekron vicinity, and you're gonna be dealing with Guns Unlimited. So be cautious. Because I assume you mean Ekron, which is here. And Guns Unlimited is right there. And I don't know how many fences are in between here and there. And you're living like here, you said. So be warned, that's dangerous. If Guns Unlimited comes. Because it's one of the more busy cells and there's nothing that's really stopping it. Yeah, no, I know where your base is. I've got an idea of most of the spots on the map that are good. And you've picked a really good one. It's a solid pick. I know. That's a lot of folks didn't, don't want to do the same thing other folks are doing, like go over to ye old same cabin and so on and so forth, right? I get it. You want to strike your own. Because it gets samey, right? That's kind of why I went with West Point. That and also because I did the numbers already. I knew that West Point was the easiest choice. Although it seems like I'm picking the hardest one, right? Doesn't it? Kind of. But I knew it was the easiest out of all of the choices. More guarantees to get out. Best sort of loot to kind of grab on your way out. It's objectively, I'd say that the West Point is the best choice. Once again, though, I have bias, so it's one of those things that it's like, is it really, though, the best choice? It's definitely the easiest, and then collecting the tent on the way out is easy to do. But do you really need a tent? I guess not. As if you can get yourself a bed going early, right? Or get yourself a sleeping bag. They're not the hardest thing to come by. Plus, you could always make a lean-to. I don't know. It does depend. Okay, we're good to go back. Yeah, I believe in the rat race, folks. Everybody has their cool perspective after they're done with the cabin too, right? Because everybody decides to go different routes. Some people go across the river and start traveling that way. Some folks move into the cultist camp or Neil's farm, depending on your perspective of it. Some folks go for Irvington, others go for Echo Creek. I've seen a handful of folks striking their way towards Ekron, and then a handful of folks that are headed towards center of map, looking to go to Phallus, Coalfield, or Rosewood, right? And we can all kind of strike our own routes that way, right? It's still super high pop, yes. Guns Unlimited is one of the highest pop sales in the game. It's right up there with the Crossroads Mall and LVPD. So, and that's one of the reasons. But a lot of the zombies will get stuck at the entrance, like inside the little entrancey bit. Some of them will come out though, and those are the ones that are going to be glaring across at you across the water. So expect them to be there. You'll see them across the water staring at you. Because they'll travel in a straight line, probably. Depending on where that straight line is. Depending on which house alarms go off. Because I'm going to guess that at least one or two of the house alarms is going to go off. Unless you happen to somehow hit the same kind of luck I've got. Where there just doesn't seem to be any house alarms. But like I said before, maybe I'm going to run into one later, or it could be because I'm hopeful that there will be house alarms, that the game's giving me none. You could always just go and clear out Guns Unlimited, that way it can't flank you. That's another option. But just be careful with how you approach it. And actually, Guns Unlimited should be a fairly good building, even regardless of it being looted, which it will be, probably. So long as it's not a burned down building, of course. If it's burned down, then that would suck. I'm still waiting for somebody to, once we get more folks into the ability to create their first outpost, if anyone posts that their church has been burned down. Because that's something that I'm anticipating. Because if it is, they have to repair it. It has to be fixed. Doesn't need to be perfect, but it does need to be repaired to the point where it's no longer penetrable kind of thing, right? Easiest way to do that would be to take a sledge and smash out the burnt sections and then just replace them. Go recoup. There's a carton of something there. Alright, I'm back off, and we'll have a rest. Making progress. If we keep things going at this pace, though, that's a good pace. Pretty pleased so far. Oh, it's already positive weather indoors. That's kind of nice. Oh, can you come back here, please?
You're amazing!
I think I'm gonna follow. There we go. Oh no, wait. 77. All right, we got one more day before I gotta go and go fishing. So I suppose that spool of infinite twine doesn't matter anymore. Should I still make a shrine to it? Maybe. I have a Spiffo though, so maybe I should do a Spiffo shrine instead.
Hey!
Kill this one. I'm gonna grab that watch bag and bring it forward. No. I thought there might be work boots that actually have no holes. Silly me. Imagining shoes that have no holes. Those don't exist. How are my shoes doing? Still good. Yeah. I still like to have an extra pair though, just in case. So I'll just keep my eyes open and hope.
Hey.
Lots of fruit cocktails. Oh. There we go. actually getting unpleasantly hot. There are actually enough corpses to cause corpse sickness. Alright. Oh, there's still some zombies coming. Alright. It's so funny. Just keep trying to bonk them. Just keep trying to bonk them. That's all I want. I want to just bonk them. But I keep running out of energy. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Ah, hungry again. Oh yeah, I've been in here. Yes. We're gonna need more rest. Well, I'm going to get some weight on. Yeah, let's go do that. I'm gonna get some weight on. The best thing in winter was when winter ends and you receive the food bonuses. That's what I care about. I don't care. I like the white canvas background. I'm not as fond of the frequent fog. That's annoying. You know, weather effects in Zomboid, while ambient and they are kind of nice sometimes. Most of the time they're just annoying. And so, like, you know, especially because of that lingering, thick, soupy fog. That one. Ah. That said, though, I do appreciate it for what it is. I like when the food comes faster, though, and we get more of it. We're almost there. And then we can do some fishing. Get our weight back up. I could do some fitness for a bit. That'll raise us to level 7 and level 6. Like, we're getting close. Like, look, we're already almost 20k XP towards level 7. As well as our fitness XP is also fairly high. So we should be hitting fit soon. If I start doing squats and stuff, and we will probably hit fit real quick. And once we hit the next level of strength, well, I mean, getting these is kind of like not like it's not neat. It's not that it's not needed. Even once you hit level 6 strength, the strength part of the formula for muscle exertion is not that different. So after level 5 strength, once you hit level between 6 and 10, it goes from 0.8 to 0.5. The 0.5 being the lowest that you can get from the strength portion of the formula. So I think is it 0.8 or is it 0. No, I'm pretty sure I'm not sure. I just know that it goes as low as 0.5 at level 10. Once you're level 10 strength, it's 0.5 is your strength from the formula. Meanwhile, weapon skill is weighted at a much higher value. Once you get your weapon skill up to the upper levels, it can go as low as 0.25, which is huge. That's even if you have a multiplier on muscle strain that's ridiculous, like times 5 or times 10, it still reduces it by such a number that it doesn't feel that bad. But you got to get there, and getting there is a tall order. Requires quite a lot of kills. You kind of earn it by that point. Oh, look, it's a bunny. Please let me pet you. Please. Let me pet you, please. No. It refuses, which is understandable. Just imagine, out of nowhere, the bear comes out of nowhere and just takes out my character. Oh yeah, we didn't mention that we added bears. Just like random bear from the side. Lone dark style. Just like completely like baps my character. It'd be an interesting way to go though. I would find it fascinating. Oh, by the way, we added bears to the ambient tracks. Just need to catch one more fish and then I can start working out, sleep, etc. Nice. 23? 29. What? That's a different sound effect. They did say they were revamping some of the sounds in the game. I guess that's one of them. Hey, look! They put the pictures on there. Those weren't on there before. They put the pictures of the things. They're on there now. Whoa, that's different. That's way bigger. Why? Is there a reason? Uh, strange. Okay. I'm not questioning. I just am curious. Hello. Not bad. Max the regularity really quick. Okay, now which one do I want to do? Because we got 20,000. Meanwhile, we've got 10,000 roughly. I think we do squats and we level our fitness up. While we're doing the fitness thing. Oh, broke. You. I just need to keep resting and let our weight just naturally come up on its own. Grind away at fitness. Only 3 more days left in winter. And then that's it. Winter's done. And I get to move on to spring. This winter has lasted a lot longer than I had hoped it would last. I am glad that it's almost over. First winter's always a pain in the ass. Like, it's good but then it's bad.